Good evening, everyone who has joined. We will be soon starting the session in few minutes. Please bear with us. Good evening, everybody. Uh, Today's host, myself, Manoj Malpani, Director Bitsol India, welcomes you all for this session on Invoice Management System. Today, we have learned panelist with us, CMA Ashok Nawal, CA Manoj Behde, CA Abhishek Malpani, and CMA Amit Devde to take us through various issues of IMS. Today's session we'll have in two sections. In the first section, we'll briefly go through the invoice management system, how it is. And the next part of session, we'll have a question and answer session with our panelist to understand more nitty-gritties about IMS. In the meantime, while our session is going on, if you have any question, you can drop in question and answer section or in chat box so that I'll take those questions for you. So I will start the session with brief about Invoice Management System. So this is a new functionality developed by GSTN. Now, what is this invoice management system is all about? Invoice management system is nothing but a functionality which is developed by GSTN portal for managing the invoices, credit note, debit notes which are issued by the suppliers. So ये एक functionality है जो develop किया है GSTN ने for the purpose of managing invoices, debit note, credit notes. This functionality expects that the recipient takes action on these documents. अब क्या एक्शन लेना है, I'll come to those actions in subsequent slide, but it expects that the recipient should take some action on these documents. Now, the note which the GSTN has issued, as well as when press conference happened after 54th GST Council, the Revenue Secretary has stated that this IMS is proposed to facilitate the availment of input tax credit by the recipient. यानी एक फैसिलिटी एडिशनल फैसिलिटी बनाया है फॉर अवेलमेंट ऑफ इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट बाय द रिसिपिएंट. And with this facility, it is expected that the recipient will avail the correct input tax credit and there would be reduction in litigation. With this objective, the entire invoice management system is designed. Now, next question would come in your mind is from when this would be implemented. ये सब हो गया, फैसिलिटी हो गया, सब हो गया, ये कब से इंप्लीमेंट होने वाला है? The invoice management system is set to be launched on GST portal from 1st October. यानी 1 अक्टूबर से जो भी इनवॉइस सेव होगा GST पोर्टल पे, that would keep on coming on the recipient's IMS facility. Now, from 15th October, the recipient can take action on the records which they have received. As you all are aware, जब मैं B2B invoice raise करता हूँ, I go to invoice, generate e-invoice. Once that e-invoice is generated, that invoice is saved on the GST portal. Based on that flow, the invoices will get accumulated in invoice management system from 1st October. And from 14th October 2024, the taxpayers can take action on those invoices or records which are coming on the invoice management system. The next question, ये कहाँ दिखेगा GST portal पे? The FAQ yesterday has released. It clearly states that you have to go to dashboard, then services, then go to returns. In that, there would be a separate tab for invoice management system. So on that basis, invoice management system, you will see. Just hold on. I hope my voice is audible, and if at all you have any issues, you can drop in this. So this invoice management system would be implemented from 1st October. Then how this IMS invoice management system is designed, or इसमें from where the information would come to this IMS. Now, the source of IMS invoice management system is the GSTR1, यानी suppliers जो GSTR1 फाइल करते हैं, और GSTR1A जिसके थ्रू अमेंडमेंट होता है GST के डॉक्यूमेंट्स पे, और IFF which are filed by the supplier, यानी क्वार्टरली जो फाइलर्स होते हैं जो IFF फाइल करते हैं. So these would be sources through which the documents would be populated in invoice management system. Now, once these documents are populated, the action moves to the recipient. Then recipient को क्या करना है? Recipient has to either accept the records or invoices or reject, or they have an option to keep it pending. One thing is very clear when they have said about IMS implementation is that IMS is an optional facility. If you don't take any action, it would be deemed accepted. यानी जो भी document IMS में आएंगे, that would be deemed to be accepted by the recipient. Now, once deemed acceptance or you do acceptance, rejection or keep it pending, the records would be flown to be. यानी कौन से record to be में flow होंगे? जो record आप accept करोगे वो record to be में flow होंगे. जो आप reject करोगे वो to be में नहीं आएंगे. जो आप pending रखोगे वो भी GSTR to be में नहीं आएंगे. Only records which you accept will come in GSTR 2B. Now, key points of IMS. Now, what are the key points of IMS? First thing, IMS, just hold on. Amit, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly, Manoj.
Yes. Okay. So, now key points of IMS. First thing, IMS facility is optional. One thing is very clear. They are saying that IMS is optional. It's not compulsory. Then if you don't take action, the note says that if you don't take action, it would be deemed acceptance. Now, what does this deemed acceptance means? They have not defined what it means. But if you go through a legal meaning of this word, it gives jittery feeling that what does this deemed acceptance means? यानी इसका impact क्या आएगा? Today we'll be discussing further on that aspect. But the IMS note says that if you don't take any action, it would be considered as a deemed acceptance. Now, there are some documents which will not come in IMS. Which are those? First, the documents जहाँ पे place of supply, because of place of supply, it is ineligible credit. यानी I'll give an example. Suppose your registration is in Maharashtra and your supplier has supplied some goods in the state of Delhi and he has stated the place of supply as Delhi. In that case, you are not eligible for input tax credit because the goods are supplied to some different state than your GSTN. In those cases, you are not eligible for input tax availment and hence those will not appear in IMS. The moment POS changes, it would not come in IMS. Second, time bar document. जिस डॉक्यूमेंट का टाइम लिमिट फॉर अवेलमेंट ऑफ इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट बार हो चुका है वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स विल नॉट कम इन IMS. Then I am invoices which are tagged as reverse charge mechanism. यानी ऐसे invoices जहाँ पे RCM tag किया है, those invoice will also not come in IMS. Then bills of entry. So जो भी मेरे import related documents है, those will not get populated in IMS. Then ISD invoices. If some invoices are raised by input service distributor, in that case, it would not come in IMS. And those documents where ITC is reversed because of non-payment of consideration, जो आप reverse करते 180 days में you have to make the payment. If you don't make payment, you have to reverse. And once you make payment, you are eligible to take back credit. So when you take back credit, those documents which naturally will not come because ये recording GST portal पर नहीं है. So these 6 set of document will not come in IMS. Then though IMS says that there are the IMS is optional facility and if you don't take any action it would be deemed acceptance. But आगे जाके ये IMS का नोट बोलता है there has to be some compulsory action. You have to take some compulsory action on some document. There are 4 document set on which the taxpayer has to take compulsory action. Which are those documents? Is original credit note. If somebody has uploaded any original credit note, the taxpayer, the recipient has to compulsory take action. और कौन सा action लेना है? Either accept or either reject. They cannot keep the credit note document pending. Second, upward amendment in credit note. If supplier has done some amendment in earlier issued credit note, and when there is upward or downward amendment in credit note, in those cases also it is compulsory for the recipient to either accept that record or reject it. They cannot keep it pending. Then fourth document is downward amendment in invoice or debit note. In that case also the supplier has to compulsorily take action. Now if you look at these 4 documents, ये चारों डॉक्यूमेंट पे रिसिपिएंट का एक्शन कंपलसरी इसलिए बोला है क्योंकि ये डॉक्यूमेंट के बेसिस पे the supplier's outward liability is reduced. Correct? If I issue a credit note, my outward liability is reduced. If there is an upward revision in credit note, my outward liability is reduced. If there is a downward amendment in credit note, again it has an impact on my outward liability. या फिर अगर मैंने मेरे इनवॉइस का वैल्यू कम किया है, in that case also there is an impact on GST liability of the supplier. And in order to confirm that liability, the action is compulsory on these 4 documents. And once they say optional and these are the compulsory actions, these are the documents. जहां भी ये बिजनेस प्रोसेस में ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स आते हैं, वो बिजनेस प्रोसेस आपको एक बार देखना पड़ेगा, आपको एक बार चेक करना पड़ेगा what impact it would have. The next important question which you may have in your mind, that do I need to only accept invoices which are eligible for credit, or I should accept all invoice, and then in GSTR 3B I keep on bifurcating what is eligible, what is not eligible. So IMS, as I've said, you have to accept all the invoices which are pertaining to your business, irrespective of whether it is eligible और इनएलिजिबल. यानी इनएलिजिबल इनवॉइस भी होगा, क्रेडिट होगा, फिर भी आपको वो इनवॉइस एक्सेप्ट करना है, एंड देन यू हैव टू रिपोर्ट इनएलिजिबल क्रेडिट इन GSTR 3B where it is required to be reported. So in other words, IMS has nothing to do with eligibility of credit. What it is to be done is whether that invoice is pertaining to your business or it is not pertaining to your business, a kind of confirmation mechanism. Then secondly, as I've said, there are 3 actions which somebody can take: accept, reject, or they can keep it pending. They have stated that accepted invoice would be flown to 2B, rejected would be removed from IMS, and pending would be kept pending in IMS, and those pending records will also not form part of the GSTR 2B. So जहां पे मुझे पेंडिंग का ऑप्शन है, कहां पर है? मुझे इनवॉइसेस पे पेंडिंग का ऑप्शन है, क्योंकि क्रेडिट नोट्स पे तो दे आर क्लियरली सेइंग that the action has to be taken in terms of either accept or reject. But for invoices, I can keep those invoices pending, and for those pending records will not become part of GSTR 2B. Now, next is ये data मुझे कैसे मिलेगा? IMS, they have said that they will make it an XN download file of IMS data, which you can use for your reconciliation or your record purpose. However, जो आपको एक्शन लेना है, यानी एक्सेप्ट, रिजेक्ट या पेंडिंग रखना है, वो आपको GST पोर्टल पे जाके ही करना पड़ेगा. आपके पास ये ऑप्शन नहीं है कि आप कोई एक्सेल अपलोड कर देंगे और देन अकॉर्डिंगली द action would be automatically taken on the portal. That option is not available. You have to log into your account, go to IMS section, and there you have to select record for either acceptance or rejection of the documents which have came in IMS. Of course, they have said that option of multiple record selection is available. यानी you can select a particular supplier और उसके आप सभी इनवॉइसेस एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हो, या सबको सेलेक्ट करके आप किसी को डीसेलेक्ट कर सकते हो. दैट ऑप्शन मल्टीपल सिलेक्शन ऑप्शन इज देयर. बट इम्पोर्टेंटली ये सब एक्शन आपको सेलेक्ट अनसेलेक्ट ये सब जाके आपको जीएसटी पोर्टल पर करना है. Then next option, can I take multiple action on same document? The FAQ as well as the manual says that I can take multiple action on the same document. यानी assume करो मैंने कोई document आज pending रखा and GSTR 2B generate किया. Before filing my GSTR 3B, I can go back and take again action on that same invoice as accepted, and then I can recompute my GSTR 2B so that I can file my GSTR 3B for the month. So एक ही डॉक्यूमेंट पे मैं एक्सेप्ट भी कर सकता हूँ और पेंडिंग भी रख सकता हूँ. So multiple action is possible on the same document. Now the functionality note keeps further states that in case there is a rejection of credit note, suppose I am a recipient and I got a credit note on my IMS, I have to compulsory take action. If I reject the credit note, in that case, the supplier's liability would be added in subsequent month return. Yani if I reject a credit note, corresponding GST ka liability would be added in subsequent month of the supplier. And in case of acceptance, if I accept a credit note, my ITC would be impacted to that extent, because in that case, I am supposed to reverse the ITC of that credit note. So these two aspects are very, very critical and important. As we go ahead, we'll understand the importance of these two actions, because देखो ऑप्शनल बोला है पर there is wording of deemed acceptance, as well as on credit notes they say that you have to compulsorily take action. So because of these two things, certainly it's an point to ponder upon ki what and how I would be managing my invoice management system. Now, broadly, if we look at it, what is the impact of IMS on recipient and supplier? I tried to do it in two buckets. On recipient, certainly implementation of IMS changes the way I avail input tax credit in my GST returns. That is GST portal पे मैं कैसे input tax credit avail करता हूँ, ये process completely change होने वाला है with implementation of IMS. Second, this IMF says that I have to transaction wise acceptance of record on portal. आज के डेट में transaction wise acceptance of record is not there on GST portal. Going forward, after implementation of IMS, it would be transaction wise acceptance. Again, a big change in terms of availment of input tax credit and the way we avail input tax credit. Then how I look at it is, now this IMS is third set of record. ये मेरा तीसरा set of record है of input tax credit. मेरे पास पहले तो GSTR 2B रहेगा, मेरे बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स रहेंगे, प्लस ये IMS का भी एक रिकॉर्ड रहेगा जो मेरे इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट से लिंक्ड रहेगा. सो इट हैज एडेड एडिशनल लेयर ऑफ रिकंसिलेशन when it comes to input tax credit. Now, considering all these aspects, in terms of reduction in litigation of input tax credit, I really see a remote possibility that my litigation would be reduced by implementation of IMS, which they have stated that it is one of the purpose of implementation of IMS. So this is impact on recipient. Second, impact on suppliers. The supplier has to keep on checking the impact of invoices which are rejected by the customers. So supplier go, they have to keep on check ki if their customer has rejected invoices, they have to keep a tab on that. If the customer has rejected the credit note, they have to keep a tab on those because it is going to add it to my outward liability. So supplier has to be very careful in terms of actions which the recipient has taken on the records uploaded by them. So how I'm looking at it, this IMS is going to completely change the way we avail input tax credit, we raise our invoices, we raise our credit notes, and one action would have its repercussion on the other party. अगर recipient कुछ करता है तो supplier पे impact है, supplier कुछ करता है तो recipient पे impact है. So this is an important aspect which every taxpayer has to note, that this after implementation of IMS, every transaction wise acceptance would be there. Apart from these broad changes, certainly IMS implement होने के बाद we may have to review lot of processes जहाँ पे change आएगा. So I have noted down broad points where the IMS will have an impact, but certainly when we go in detail at each and every process, there may be a change required in the business processes which are implemented as on today. Now, this is all about IMS. Okay, now let's take the discussion to our panelists on various issues, because after going through this process, you may have lot of questions in your mind, and we have also noted some of the questions for our esteemed panelists. So I'll stop sharing. So today we have Naval sir, Manoj Bede sir with us, Abhishek Malpani and Amit. We'll go one by one on those questions. And as I've said, if you have any question, you can send your question in Q&A or chat box. Uh, First question, Naval sir. Can you throw some light on the background of this IMS? ये IMS क्यों implement किया, क्या इसका background है, क्या आपको क्या इस पे कहना है?
Manoj, I think this is something, one thing has to be admired of the government, that after 7 years of implementation, they have not forgotten what they wanted to do. If you go back in GST, even that whatever the GST Act was introduced, what it was stated that your output supplies will be uploaded in GSTR 1, and recipient will get that information. He will accept it, reject it, or whatever today you have said. Even that time, not action taken, was not at all discussed, kept the pending. And thereafter, GSTR 1A will be there, where the amendment is and all those things can be made. And then automatically GSTR 3B will be prepared. Thereafter, we have seen all the taxpayers has gone through the lot of issues of matching and not matching. In between, 36(4) was amended, rather inserted, without having a section backing. Then to give the section backing, 16(2) AA was introduced. And thereafter, GSTR 2B was incorporated in the rules. And then it was mandated that you can take the credit of GSTR 2B. Now, one thing is there, GST is also testing that GSTN or the GST Council is thinking that taxpayers are the student and they are the teachers. So they make an experiment on this. Now this invoice management system which has come in, which tells you that go back in 7 years back and relearn, unlearn and relearn the start all those things. Now the background of this, if you see it, intention was that there should not be any de-link of all the documents and everything will be there and it will be automated. Even today we see the GSTN. The clarity in the first draft which has come, then second and then third FAQ, at least there one thing is there very clear, it is said optional. Now when it starts, the problem starts like this itself. When they say it is optional. Now when they say it is optional, and it means no action is taken. Now when I take no action, it will auto-populate in GSTR 2B. Because that is what is going to be there. It will create more issues. Anyway, background which you have asked, this was the background that government wanted the complete smooth and automated mechanism so that there will be no issue of mismatch, there will be no such issues, and intention is good. However, this is the clear-cut gap with lawmaker and gap between the lawmaker and the actual practice, which is the business practices. How the business practices takes place in day-to-day life and how that has to be rooted, there is a gap, and that is what this initially, so for some period, this will happen. So this is what the legal background I can understand.
Okay, sir. So in terms of background, you have explained, sir. There are some questions in chat box as well as I have question in my mind that what is the legal backing of this IMS? Whether it is backed by some legal provisions, like if we look at the background for GSTR 2B also, there was no backup, and then subsequently they have gone back and amended act and rules to make it applicable. So even if they say, as you have said, it's optional on something, they are saying compulsion, whether it has a legal backing. So would like to have your view on that.
Now, as far as legal backing, if you have to talk on, if you take, you have to go for the ITC. Main whole object is to on the focus on the ITC. So what is the main section of the ITC? Section 16. You should have the tax invoice in possession. You should receive the goods and services. Tax has to be paid by the government. Return has to be filed under GSTR 13. That is, and section 37 says that there is a matching. That is what we call our now invoice management system. If you again you see the 155, section 155 talks about now in all the show cause notice, very standard one para is there, onus is on you to prove that you have correctly availed the ITC. Now, one more point which will come, that when we have given you the IMS, where you have all the right to reject it if it is not related to you. But why you have not done it? So, if you ask directly whether this IMS has got today legal backing, GSTR 2B has been made subsequently. In last GSTN Council meeting, one general authority which has been taken from the GST Council to make and amend any of the provisions with respect to procedures. So, for changing the rule, they will not have to go to again GST Council for getting their approval. Now they can issue the notification on any single day and can say GSTR 2B replaced with IMS. Of course, there will be some changes, some also required because IMS is never been mentioned anywhere. And GSTR, IMS also mentioned the GSTR 2B, which is auto-populated in GSTR 2B. So, IMS will be the subset of GSTR 2B as on today. But on any account of your action, if something is there, whether it has got the legal backing, answer is yes, because of section 155. Onus is on you to prove, all the conditions of section 16 has been satisfied by you.
Okay, so in some way, though there are no direct provisions, but by way of section 155, as the onus is on me, I have to take a correct action. That's what I've understood. Now, Naval sir, I would have a follow-up question to you before we move to another panelist. There's a wording which they have used in IMS is deemed acceptance. Okay, as I've said, this gives a little jittery to a person like me. What does this mean? Well, how do you look at it, this word deemed acceptance, whether it has any impact in GST law or any other law for the time being in force, wherein this wording can be of, I would say, difficult to digest for a taxpayer?
Now, on the political word, if I have to talk it, it is one more jumla. Nowadays, if you see team acceptance, first sentence you use in the total line that IMS is optional. And second, you say no action will be deemed acceptance. It means it is the like a VRS is the CRS, voluntary retirement is the compulsory retirement. This is what is this. Now, deem acceptance, whether it has got the legal backing, according to me, it will have more litigations. Reason is, I will take a plea on behalf of my client. Sir, I was not supposed to do anything. I was supposed to follow GSTR 2B, and I have followed GSTR 2B, and accordingly I have filed the GSTR 3B. Because this was the optional. So just because deem acceptance it is appearing in GSTR 2B, I have not taken credit as of total GSTR 2B. I have taken as per my max credit of a GSTR 2, and that I have taken. Now, since you are taking that as a deem acceptance, and you are making it is optional, it is deem acceptance, no action is not action, according to me. And therefore, it should have been traveled in the beyond rather like pending matters. But pending and no action, they have combined it together, which will definitely create a problem and legal hardship. Of course, in the higher judicial forum, this will not be acceptable. So, according to me, apart from section 155, which government has got the upper hand, because onus is on you to take the credit when you are taking. But if you are taking the credit of your right suppliers, right debit note, right credit note, and availing the credit accordingly in terms of GSTR 2B and reporting in GSTR 3B, as on now the law stands that deem acceptance will create a litigation but will not have the bearing tomorrow in the eyes of law, in the higher forum. Now,
Okay.
suppose
So now we'll
I
move
send
on
you the letter
to.
of a divorce, and if you don't reply within 7 days, it would be treated as a divorce. It is just like a triple talaq. That's all. You just cannot say if in 7 days you don't reply, it will be deemed acceptance. That cannot be there.
So you mean to say the taxpayer has to completely ignore the deemed acceptance?
According to me, no action will create more problem rather than keeping them pending. So I will advise to go rather take the action, mandatory to take the action, keep it accept, reject, or keep pending. But no action is something like that, the person doesn't file the appraisal form and then say, I have not got the increment. He has not filled up the form. So according to
Okay.
me, no action should never be preferred.
Okay. So thank you for Naval sir for throwing light. We'll move on to the next panelist. Manoj sir, I have a question for you. The objective of IMS is said to reduce the litigation. Do you really think, looking at the design of IMS, that it would reduce litigation? or it would add a burden to the already busy taxpayer.
As you said, the intention of the government is to reduce the litigation. Now, what are the major litigations? If you see, it is all related to input. So there is always a difference where what the 2A and 2B shows, whereas what we have availed in 3B. So that those are the major points where the litigation basically starts. So as far as that portion is concerned, that what is getting reflected in 2B, or whether now that will remain or not, because since this invoice management system is coming, so whatever transactions now they are going to happen, they are going to get reflected directly in 3B. So as far as that portion is concerned, I think so litigation, there will be hardly any litigation. But then there are other gray areas. There are other gray areas where the differences are always going to be there, because books to from books of accounts to, if you see the 2A, 2B thing, or the 3B part. So those kind of litigations, or then there are again invoices which are fake invoices. Then there are on credit notes and debit notes, because those are not fully reflected. So all those litigations will still be there. Now, whether this is going to simplify the things or not, compliance part, if you see now, every transaction you have to take action, because now they have clearly mentioned that either you have to accept the transaction, you have to reject the transaction, or you have to keep it pending. So either of the three actions you have to take. And if you are going to take the acceptance, then there is absolutely no issue. But if you are going to take the rejection, then what is going to happen to the sales transaction that has already been reflected? And plus, if you are going to reject it, uh, if you are going to keep it pending, then yes, again, that will have to be reconciled at a later stage, because whatever amount you are going to show as pending, that is going to get reflected, or that is going to get uh, carried forward in the next month IMS amount, where it will be showing as the pending. Because if you accept or reject, then as far as IMS is concerned, those transactions come out of it. But if you are going to show pending, naturally that will have to be reconciled going further also. And plus, you also have to see that the deem acceptance, which Navalji had just discussed on that. So if you don't do any of the action, then it is treated as a deem acceptance. And in that deem acceptance, it is possible that if you are not careful with the reconciliation, then those objections or those litigations can still be there. So one thing is very sure now, that if you have that once you take it as an option for this IMS, then you have to be very particular. You have to act on every transaction, because if you don't act on the transaction, then naturally there can be differences which will have to further again reconcile. So since now this is going to be a live IMS system, so on the compliance part, it is quite possible that you will have to be on live for each and every transaction. Because if whatever changes, if we are going to take, if whether it is rejection or whether it is pending, then that will then that if we do it before 14th, then naturally it will be reflected in this month itself. But if we don't act upon it, or if we do any corrections, any rejections at a later stage, then that will get reflected in the next month. So compliance part, yes, certainly it will add your manpower and your time also.
Okay, sir. So certainly what you have explained, I could sense that this IMS would add a lot of compliance burden, and I could feel that the cost of saving litigation and cost of compliance burden two are disproportionate at this stage looking at IMS. Now, there are a lot of questions which are coming that how the IMS would be there on system. Do I need to accept records individual and all those things? So I'll request Amit to go through us and elaborate how technically the IMS would work and how that functioning would happen, particularly in a voluminous information, जहाँ पे thousands of records are there. As we have said, we have to go back and take action on GST portal. So over to Amit to throw us some light on how IMS will function on GSTN portal.
Correct. Yes. Thank you, Manoj. A lot many questions are coming about we have more than 1,000 of invoices, how we accept and how we reject. So I will go through the slides which will show you what exactly IMS and how it looks like. So IMS function for handling voluminous data. So if you see, so this system is designed to reduce the errors, save time, and improve the accuracy of GST compliances, making it easier for the businesses to manage their invoices and ITC claim efficiently. So first of all, this is welcome step by the GSTIN, which is a dream of GST from its first year. After 7 years, as Navalsan mentioned, after 7 years, they have now designed a system post introduction of GSTR to be in 2022. Now they want us to match each and every invoices which is issued on us, and that matching concept they want to bring us through this IMS functionality. So what it has? It has certain features. We'll go one by one. So I will go first. That is unified dashboard. This IMS will give you the unified dashboard through which you can manage submitted by your supplier. It is enhanced communication system with the GSTR portal, which will connect your suppliers and recipients through this dashboard. So you can directly send, accept, reject, or keep on pending invoice messages with this system. So this is single dashboard which shows that inward supplies and view. Then action on invoices. As mentioned, every taxpayer has to take specific actions on each invoices viewed by them. Either it is accept, reject, or keep pending. If by default, all invoices are categorized as no action, it means that if no action is taken, whether accept, reject, or keep pending is not been taken by the taxpayer, these invoices are deemed to be accepted when GSTR to be generated. It means whatever GSTR to be we are receiving now on 14th of the every subsequent month will be same as it is. And that will be marked as no action invoices. So this is a system. You can show every type of invoices are reflecting here, and what are the actions taken by you will be reflecting here. Now, next biggest question, how we handle the voluminous data on this system. This system is designed to handle large volume of invoices efficiently. Currently, they are giving us the bulk action. Means whatever invoices reconciled by you can be on those action can be performed bulkly. So you can see the filters here where GSTN of supplier, you can straight away one GSTN has been matched all invoices. You can select GSTN and accept all the invoices. So like that filters, they have some enable some features to do on the bulk invoice management. So multiple action can be done on the single invoice, but before filing of GSTR 3B, whatever action taken by you in a last will be replaced with the previous one. So latest action mentioned by you will be reflected in GSTR to be written. You can select page-wise acceptance rejection, or you can select all records in one go. So GST has given this functionality that select all records of the current page only. That is 10 records will be viewed to you, or you can select all records at a one go once you have reconciled all these invoices. Now the $1 million question, how the taxpayer can reconcile this detail without downloading the data? Because every company has designed their own internal system for reconciliation of GSTR 2B. And for that purpose, GSTN has given you to download this detail in a one go. Whatever data given on IMS can be downloaded for offline review. After downloading this data, you can update your remark of reconciliation using your modules or system followed by you. So whatever software you are having for reconciliation, you can do the reconciliation and further actions. Whatever invoice wise action you have defined after that reconciliation, you have to update it back online on the IMS. I am repeating, whatever actions you are confirming have to be uploaded back online on the MIS. So there is no functionality given by IMS system to upload any document. You have to go to IMS portal. You have to take action on every invoice line. For that purpose only, they are giving bulk actions and these filters. So question arises here itself. You can do the reconciliation offline, but whatever action you require to take has to be doing online on IMS. So integration with GSTR 2B, whatever actions you will be updating on IMS portal will be reflected and seamlessly matched with the GSTR 2B invoices. So whatever data you will be accepting, rejecting or keep on pending, based on that your GSTR 2B will be reflected. So get ready for generating GSTR 2B for every month after taking the various actions and reconciliation statement by you. Once you have updated all these actions on portal, you can click this compute GSTR 2B figure, which will be create your GSTR 2B details for taking ITC next GSTR 3B. So I think this is all about what functions or what is IMS about.
So thank you, Amit, for giving us detailed insight into how IMS would function on GST and portal. Uh, of course, I could see that they have given option of multiple record selection, but as you have said it rightly, even though it has an option of multiple record selection, I have to go on the portal and select accept records. I see a lot of practical challenges in terms of accepting those records. एक simple चीज बोलता हूँ, if there are companies, there are multiple people who are handling multiple functions, like some are handling sales, some are handling purchases, but GSTN portal has only one login ID password. There are no child login ID password or something wherein I can give some access to somebody or some access to only IMS portal so that they can take action. So even if when such kind of facility is not available, I mean, personally, I see a lot of challenges in doing these actions on portal. But good that you have given us that insight. I see a lot of questions. Certainly, we'll be coming to one by one all those questions. Now, we'll move on to our next panelist, Abhishek. Abhishek, I have a couple of questions for you. We all know that GSTR 2B has multiple components. You have B2B invoices, you have credit notes, you have bills of entry, you have ISD invoices and all those things. So whether recipient has to take action on all these items which are generally comes in GSTR 2B or what it is. So can you throw some light on this?
Yeah, in IMS, all the saved or filed original invoices or records and their amendments by the supplier through GSTR 1, 1A or IFF will be available to the recipient for taking the action. But there are some records or documents where ITC is not eligible due to place of supply or section 16.4 of CGST Act, where there will for those invoices credit will not be eligible, and that will directly go to ITC not available tab in GSTR2B. Other than these two, RCM record invoices will not come under IMS. IceGate documents like bill of entries, then ISD invoices, then documents reversed through ITC, where ITC is reversed on account of non-payment of consideration. All these records will not come in IMS and no action needs to be taken, and these will directly come to GSTR 2B.
Okay, so what I've understood that only documents of invoices and its credit note or amendment to those invoices and credit note will come in IMS, and rest document would directly flow to GSTR to be of the supply. That's great insight, Abhishek. So I have a follow-up question of this. We were discussing on the compulsory actions which the supplier, the recipient has to take, like compulsory action on credit note. What is the background of these compulsory action? What is the reason why they have brought this compulsory action on the credit note?
See, this credit note will be most painful area in IMS because compulsorily you need to either accept the credit note or reject the credit note. If credit note is rejected by the recipient, then automatically that liability will be added to the supplier's liability. Okay, why they have made this compulsory? You need to understand the why legal background, why they have made it compulsory. So if you will go to the section 34.2 proviso of GST Act, where they are saying that there should not be any reduction in output tax liability of the supplier if incidence of tax and interest on such supply has been passed on to any other person. So in case supplier is going to reduce his liability, then he need to ensure that ITC is going to be reversed by the recipient. This is as per section 34.2 of GST Act. There was a big debate between the taxpayer and the department as to what documentation should be provided under section 15.3, which is regarding to valuation, to prove that recipient has reversed the credit to the extent of port supply credit note issued until the circular 222 in June 24 has been issued, where they have mentioned that either self declaration if credit note value is less than 5 lakh, or CA/CMA certificate was required, where they were certifying that recipient has made the required proportionate reversal of input tax credit at his end in respect of such credit note issued by the supplier. Okay, the circular has its own issue for the timelines and too much dependency on the customer to respond, or they department has to rely on the documentation and certification issued by the chartered accountant or cost accountant. Now with IMS in place, it would be clear as to whether person has accepted, rejected, or kept pending the supplier credit note. In summary, no requirement of circular 212 would be required once IMS in place, and the taxpayer need not document anything except copy of IMS. So in short, what they want, department want to confirm that whatever credit note issued by the supplier, ITC is reversed by the recipient. That's why they have made it compulsory. Yes, sir.
Okay. So thanks, Abhishek, for giving background of these compulsory action. However, I could see in question also, we'll take some real life examples so that people can relate what kind of transaction, what impact would come. So we'll go one by one real life transaction on these compulsory actions. So first I'll come to Naval sir. I have a question. A lot of time as a supplier, I raise an invoice and I've understood that I have made a wrong invoice. And then a general practice is that for that wrong invoice, I issue a credit note and then I issue a fresh invoice to correct my mistake. Or there can be a cancellation of order. My order is ready, my invoice is ready, and at the last moment before I dispatch the goods, my order is cancelled. So in that case also generally people issue a credit note and then uh, that transaction is nullified. Now, after implementation of IMS, what would happen to such kind of transaction and what care I should take? Naval sir.
Sir, please unmute. Naval sir, please unmute.
Yeah, sorry. Manoj, as rightly you said in your preamble, that each of us, each of the taxpayer has to revisit the business process. What earlier he was doing and now what is required to do to avoid the cost to him. Now let us assume earlier practice he was issuing the invoice, and if material could not be dispatched or whatsoever error or omission or whatever it may be, there was an error, he was taking a shortcut, making a credit note. Now in such case, he has to change that process, because what will happen, invoice since you have raised, but recipient will reject it. Fair enough. But your tax liability doesn't get reduced by that, because material you already invoice, e-invoice is there, it is appearing there. But secondly, but if he does it after 14th, means after filing GSTR 1, then that tax liability arises. But if he rejects it prior to 10th, when you file the GSTR 1, then okay, there may not be much impact. And credit note, why he should accept? Because he has not booked, so he will reject it. So there will be a tax impact thereon. I will have to bear the cost. Now, instead of doing that, now company will have to do, change the business processes, revisit what they were doing earlier, what is required to be done, take case one by one, all the cases in such compulsory actions wherever it is needed, and revisit the SOP and do that, and wherever the changes are required in the system, that also has to be done. But old practices, generally people say, is difficult to, means what you say, the old practices die hard. And there will be errors and omission by doing that, because there are number of personalities in the total process. And therefore, as you said, litigation, if something is left out and something is found again, it will be a litigation. Now coming back, he has the only option to amend, and it will impact will be given in the subsequent month. I hope I
Okay, so I
clarified.
see a lot of challenges in this process. So I'll ask another question to the fellow panelist Manoj sir, that many a time the credit notes are issued in the subsequent month. There are a lot of month-end invoices which I booked and then I issue the credit notes. So how it would this implementation of IMS would impact such transaction? Because I keep on raising invoice and then I reverse it by credit note in next month.
In today's business, there is a lot of pressure of targets. And one of the simplest way to achieve the targets, sometimes some companies do adhere to the practice of invoicing. So invoicing at the last date of the month, and in the subsequent month, immediately then you issue a credit note and you reverse the transactions. So especially those kind of transactions, now this is going to be a difficult phase in this invoice management process, because now your transaction is going to get disclosed with the recipient, and why he will accept this kind of transaction, because he does not know anything about it. It has been purely a purely the adjustment what the supplier company has done. So those cases, it is really going to be difficult, because straight away the recipient is going to reject the transactions, and here there is going to be an impact on the GST, because in the last month or the last day invoice, you are liable to pay the liability, whereas in the subsequent month, when you are going to raise the credit note, the recipient is going to reject. because when it comes to credit notes, either you have to accept or you have to reject, and certainly is going to reject the transaction, and that will put a lot of hardship. So one really has to be careful when we are as long as they are genuine credit notes, there is no problem, because in the subsequent in the month which they have raised the invoice, the recipient is going to accept the transactions. And whenever he is going to accept the credit note transaction, naturally there is going to be reversal. There is going to be the credit is going to be adjusted, or the recipient will have to reverse the credit. So in these circumstances where there is no proper backup or there is no proper information even to the recipient, this kind of transactions will be put to hardship to the supplier, and he really has to think twice before going in for this kind of adjustments.
Okay, so basically I have to correct my processes. That's what you're trying to say. Now, Amit, I have a small question for you. There are a lot of credit notes for export of goods and services. So do I need to also take some action on IMS, or it has any IMS has any impact on those transactions?
No, invoice management system is only concerned about B2B invoices. So accordingly, there is no need to take any action for export credit notes at this stage.
Okay, so at least some places where I'm relaxed. Okay, next question, Abhishek. I'd like to have your views on a business transaction. There are a lot of credit note issued when the supplier, the customer reject my goods. It can be partial rejection, it can be full rejection, and I could see questions on that front also. How this IMS will operate in such situations?
This is going to be very complicated scenario because these are so common practices. Suppose supplier has supplied some 100 quantities, 1000 quantities to the recipient, and at the gate itself, it has been rejected by the recipient. In that case, what will happen? Suppose in last month they have issued the sales invoice and they have kept it pending. So recipient has kept it pending and there. Once it has been rejected, supplier is going to issue the credit note for that. Once credit note is issued by the supplier, then as there is no record with the recipient of sales original sales invoice, they are going to reject that credit note. Why they will accept that? So automatically liability of the supplier will get increased. So it is very important for both the parties to have the communication for the credit note which is to be issued, and recipient need to accept both original invoice and they need to accept the credit note also. There will be issues where recipient will say, as we have not received the tax invoice, so why we should accept that? So it will be the area of, I will say, discussion or litigation, or there will be a more brainstorming required how we set business process in that, which Naval sir has rightly pointed out this. Then suppose part quantity has been accepted by the recipient. In that case, they will book only part quantity. They will take the credit of part quantity itself. And what supplier will do, they will issue the differential credit note for the quantity rejected. Now, in that case also, supplier has only booked accepted quantity. So why they will accept the rejected quantity credit note? They are going to reject that only. So once again, that liability will get added in the supplier's GSTR1. So once again, we need to just review the business process and how to set this transaction so that no such acceptance and rejection should be there, and no unnecessary liability should be added in the supplier's return. That needs to be taken care of. Yes.
Okay, Abhishek. So more I look at the scenarios, more I feel that what Naval sir has said about the system is implemented without knowing actual business transaction. I could really see why he says so. So Naval sir, I have a question for you. It's a common practice that I issue an invoice and subsequently my recipient books that invoice for a lower value. Now, how to
Right.
handle such situation in IMS?
I think Abhishek somewhat has answered for the partial good rate reduction. That is the partial goods accepted. Right. And now the part comes is my invoice. I have generated the invoice. What is the right principle from the day one? Even one of the case of a VAT I remember. You can't change the invoices and calculation thereof. I have prepared the right invoices. If you don't accept it as it is, then there is a corresponding communication is that debit note जिसने गलती किया उसने दुरुस्त करने का है. आप क्या कर रहे हैं अभी? रेसिपिएंट क्या करता है कि इनवॉइस आ गया 100 रुपए का, उसने 80 रुपीज बुक किया, either based on the difference in PO, difference in goods, or difference in for any reason, or even somebody does it because some rework is required to be done on that. There are n number of reasons when the recipient cuts the invoice value and books it only the lower value. Now what happens is I have to issue the credit note because of two reasons. One is I have to adjust my tax liability. That is my first intention, and second is my correct my books of accounts. Because I have raised 100 and ultimately he has accepted 80, so 20 rupees I have to book my less sales or whatever it may be. Now tomorrow what will he say? My recipient will say I have booked for 80. Why should I book your credit note? So he will reject credit note. And once he rejected my credit note, it becomes my cost because the tax liability on that 20, I will not be able to reduce it or adjust it. So if you really see it, whole of the money who is paying? Supplier is paying revenue to the government. And there should be a seamless flow of credit. That is the intention of the GSTN, or rather intention of one nation, one tax, seamless flow of credit, no cascading effect of tax. All that we have learned from or heard it on various platforms when government or political person talks on GST. But what will result into this? Tera bhi mera, mera bhi mera. So supplier is unnecessarily taxed only for the limited objective of controlling ITC. I think that is the not right way of thinking it. When government is getting more than the expected revenue, government should think rational. Government also should who is paying the tax. There can be different mechanism, but when you are saying it, you are adding the work on the recipient, you are adding on the work on everybody, and you are taxing double to the supplier. That is absolutely against constitution according to me, because you cannot collect the tax on either excess value of valuation under section 15, which I'm not going to get, and ultimately what will happen? He has booked 80, so he will pay 80. So again, that 20 rupees government will get double. So government is getting unjust enriched. Are you getting my point? So government is getting unjust enriched by way of not allowing the ITC of that amount, and he is collecting the twice tax from me. This is absolutely absurd.
Good point, Nawaz. Good insight from your side. Amit, I have a question for you. Many a times credit notes are issued for correction of GSTN. Like if I have issued invoice on a particular GSTN of a company, and then subsequently I understood that this was not the correct GSTN, it was something else. So those correction, if many a times I issue a credit note. How you look at it, how IMS would have an impact on this?
now ये एग्जांपल IMS में देखते कैसा होगा. First invoice with a wrong GSTN will not accepted by the recipient in first case, because GSTN is not matching, it will not reflect it at all. So he will ask the supplier to give the credit note. Suppose supplier is giving credit note, वो credit note उसके IMS में reflect होगा. Again if he accept it, supplier will be added back with that liability which is nowhere. मतलब वो liability उसका था भी नहीं, फिर भी उसके खाते में वो liability जमा हो जाएगा. So I feel these types of transaction in IMS, आपको IMS में ये transaction amend ही करना पड़ेगा. Before issuing any credit note, every taxpayer has to think of impact of IMS and do the corrections in a valid timeline. तो जो भी अमेंडमेंट जीएसटीआर 1 में अलाउड है वो नेक्स्ट महीने सब्सिक्वेंट मंथ में उसने जाके जीएसटी अमेंड करना चाहिए. दैट विल फो टू आईएमएस में वो एक्सेप्ट होगा, देन दिस ट्रांजैक्शन विल बी क्लोज्ड. सो टैगलाइन फॉर दिस, बिफोर इशूइंग क्रेडिट नोट एवरी टैक्सपेयर हैज टू टेक केयर नाउ.
Okay. Naval sir, I have a question. There are a lot of issues related to credit note. I'll come to you with another question that as we are saying that on credit notes, it's compulsory action. I cannot keep it pending. A lot of questions are coming. What is the timeline for accepting credit note that we have discussed that you have to compulsorily take action. Now, suppose I reject a credit note, but the corresponding invoice, I keep it as pending. Okay, so what would happen in such situation?
Now, as a recipient, you have correspondingly kept the pending, so you have not availed the credit, right? Then, as far as the credit note which you have taken, you have rejected it because some action you have to take it, because since you are not booked, you have given this one. So in that process, what will happen? Credit note tax is adjusted, and you are kept pending. You have taken the credit again. Since you are here, you are rejected the credit note, tax liability of that person goes up very highly. And if after keeping pending, if you are accepted, there is no loss at least to him, because you can avail the credit, no cascading effect. But again, you reject it, then there is a tax liability twice on that supplier. This is going to be an issue.
Correct. So supplier would be at a additional burden if somebody keeps his invoice as
That's what I'm
pending
saying ना.
but rejects as
गवर्नमेंट
credit.
गवर्नमेंट ने सिर्फ देखा है कि मेरा क्या होगा. अरे सबका क्या होगा, सबका विकास, सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास देखना है, तो सिर्फ मेरा टैक्स क्यों देख रहे हैं?
Manoj sir, as we were discussing on what is the date of implementation of this IMS, and what we can understand is IMS would be implemented from 1st October. Now, we would like to know a peculiar situation where if the credit note is issued after implementation of IMS, however, that invoice pertains to a period prior to IMS. यानी वो इनवॉइस तो आईएमएस में आया नहीं है पर वो क्रेडिट नोट आईएमएस में आने वाला है. ये सिचुएशन में क्या होगा एंड व्हाट एक्शन द रिसिपिएंट हैज टू टेक, व्हाट केयर द सप्लायर हैज टू टेक?
For transactions of credit notes which have been issued in this invoice management system, where the invoices have been issued prior. So if the recipient has availed the credit, so then there is no problem because he will accept the credit note in this new regime also. And he will reverse his credit, and at the same time, the supplier will also be eligible for the adjustment of reducing his liability. The challenge is going to be where the transaction has not been accepted. So if any invoice has been raised and it has not been accepted up till now, and now we are going into this new regime where credit note is being issued. So under these circumstances, he is naturally, person is going to, if he has not accepted the invoice, then it is every probability that he is going to reject it. So he is going to reject the credit notes. So there is again the same impact what we had discussed earlier also. So in such circumstances, the supplier should reach out to the recipient. He should tell him to accept the transaction, and if there are any issues that can be resolved, but then once he takes the credit for the earlier period, then naturally yes, he can accept the credit note and this issue can be resolved. But if he doesn't accept and if he rejects, then there is again an impact. So all those open cases where the customer has not taken credit, because it is very difficult for a supplier to know whether the credit has been availed by the recipient or not. But then here, if the transaction gets rejected, then there is a problem. So there is no harm that whatever credit notes you are issuing right now in this period, he should ensure with the recipient that the credits has been availed and there is no further litigation. So he can just accept the credit note and take forward the transaction smoothly. So there are no reversals at any given point. There is no cost that will come to the supplier for non-acceptance of the credit note.
Okay, so I mean, the more we discuss on these credit notes, the more issues we see that in implementation of IMS would throw up before the taxpayers. One thing is pretty sure based on whatever instances we have discussed on credit notes, that the supplier and recipient both has to take action by talking to each other, by communicating to each other. And the recipient will accept credit notes only if he is also availing input tax credit of that corresponding invoice.
Correct.
Otherwise, there are all chances that the recipient will reject it because pending is not an option with me. So with your input, I could see that a lot of business process I have to revisit, particularly when it comes to credit notes and its automatic adjustment of liabilities as well as the impact on the supplier end. Great insight. So I'll move on to the next question to Abhishek. Abhishek, suppose as a recipient, I see some of the transaction where there are discrepancies. My GSTN is not mentioned, or that there is discrepancy in invoice amount and any other issues on invoice. What action the recipient is expected to do?
See, there can be discrepancies due to various reasons, either short booking of invoices or GSTR number, or there are multiple reasons where there can be discrepancies. So, firstly, you need to keep it pending. Do not directly reject the document, keep it pending. Communicate with your supplier. What is the issue? It can be amount, quantity, rate, whatever it can may be. Get it amended either in the same month through GSTR 1A, because supplier can amend that invoice in 1A also. Okay, once he amend that either in this month 1A or in next month GSTR 1, get it corrected that invoice, and after that only accept the invoice. If you are directly going the reject the invoice, then there will be lot of reconciliation which you need to keep on. So it's better you keep it pending, get it corrected, and then accept.
That's great input, Abhishek. Now, Amit, do you see any challenges in managing the records on IMS? As you have said that IMS would have its own set of records.
I don't feel so because GSTR 2B is now enabled from 2022, which is running quite good. There is no any single record issue in GSTR 2B. So likewise in IMS data management also all the invoices will flow and all the details will be available on real time basis.
So, but at the same time, I have to keep tab of pending documents.
Yes, before due date I need to keep tab of all the pending invoices which is not yet claimed by me. Say for example, whatever accepted invoices will automatically removed from the IMS portal. But however, pending invoices are still there in IMS. So whatever document list is reflecting in IMS has to be reviewed on day-to-day basis by the taxpayer to take action on it.
Okay, so what you are trying to say is those are manageable, subject to some additional things which I am supposed to do than what I'm doing it today. So now, Naval sir, when we look at all these transactions and we were discussing on various business processes, in large organization, typically the the person who manages tax, the tax team, the person who books the invoices, the AP team, the person who places orders is buyer team, and the supplier. All four may be in different cities or different part of world, may not be connected to each other. And when you see such compliances where all things has to be integrated and the correct for the correct reporting and compliances, how do you see how business processes one has to change by implementation of this IMS, and what are the challenges the taxpayer will face?
Right. You nicely framed the question, so I got on the lighter front to talk. Gone are the days that one party government is going to work. So there will be a coalition like a NDA or UPA, number of parties working differently. They'll have to form based on the ideologies. Ideologies may be different, but still working styles may be different, but they have to work with the common minimum agenda. I'm just putting it on the lighter front. But now the same thing happens here. Start with my supplier and recipient. Today, बहुत से लोग क्या करते हैं, 2B आ गया, the accounts department or tax team send the 2B, unreconciled difference, they send it to the customers, that is the buyers of there, who places the order on the supplier, and suppliers team sends it to them, and then it goes to the again accounts team, they send to tax team. And in the process, all the communication goes differently. And resulting into debit note or the fight between the supplier or relationship building, rather relationship gets somewhat tighter. So government says relationship has to be much better. They have to be constant in touch. Customer and recipient and supplier has to be in the constant in touch. Not only recipient and supplier, there all the respective team also has to work cohesively for one transaction. The second business stage, if I have to say it, my accounts team, now for example, if I have to take, Amit said it will be easier, but I see there are 4 different reconciliations. First, as usual, that my purchase register, I'll have to map it, download with the IMS, and based on that, whatever I have booked, I will just check it and then accept it. Now, which are the things which I'm going to reject it, and whether I'm going to reject it without going through anything, because accounts team may not have any information whether material has landed or not. वो तो बोलता है मेरे पास इनवॉइस ही नहीं आया, मेरे पास जीआरएन आया कि नहीं मालूम नहीं, उसके पास वो फुल सेट जब तक वो मैच नहीं होता है, or in the system it doesn't happen. GRN is not prepared or GRN is kept pending. So for keeping it pending, he has to also download the GRN and with invoices of IMS and do that, which is not coming in purchase register, but it is coming in GRN, but appearing in GRN. So those items they can keep in pending. And those actions where he doesn't know the answer, I will advise to keep in pending rather than no action, because no action is going to be a suicidal action for the supplier, recipient. A. Each of the business process of supply, JRN, starts from the gate entry. That has to be revisited with respect to the provisions of IMS, and SOP has to be rewritten, revised, come in the stores, that is the supply chain, see what is rejected, what is that is going to happen of that, what is the short quantity, what is not the quantity. Then it becomes the accounts payable, that is the who is booking the invoice. Again, shortcuts of rounding up or whatever is the GRN is there, proportionately only I will book. All that type of practices will have to change. And issuing the credit note has to be thought twice because it will have the impact on the supplier. And the last but not the least is the reconciliation between pending items, reconciliation of IMS data, reconciliation with GSTR receivable book by the IP, which is shown in my ledger, and ultimately what credit I am going to get. So all these business process 360 will get impacted, whether from the stage of raising the supply, when we talk about the sales, invoice raising, that is again in the supply chain or logistic, and so-called to the receipt material. So whole the business processes across all business processes will have to be revisited with IMS perspective, and necessary changes will have to be made. Even today, after 7 years of implementation, even with all the due respect and not to be considered otherwise, even today, SAP, HANA, all those things or any ERP package still have the issues, manual intervention because of human errors and omission or system flaws are required to be done. Forget about other small players who has to go undergone. And now when individual, even the personnel department will be impacted, because individual, if I have to do the invoice on the portal, accept, reject and all the actions, then the manpower cost, the way it is going to increase for no reason. And again, those issues which will come. So as I said, IMS has given the opportunity, question mark, in bracket, to revisit relationship of a supplier and customer, that is the recipient, relationship of amongst the team, and revisit of each and every operation of the company, and get it that validated from the counter end. So unanimous decision, unanimous action and uniform action will perfect the, I remember, so India also will be good if uniform civil code is accepted. So here uniform civil practices, taxation practices has to be accepted across the globe, not only in the company, but as the customers as well as suppliers. So this is what is my on the business process.
Okay.
What are the changes which will be required to conclude on this? Total revisit has to be made.
Okay, thank you, sir. I know we are running out of time, but there are some questions which I would like to take. Manoj sir, how taxpayer need to prepare? Anything you will like to add on what Naval sir has already stated?
I think so. He has covered because what is now important is the processes, and Navalji has very detailed. He has covered the things. I would just like to add that as far as supplier is concerned, since he is paying the taxes, and if the invoice is not getting accepted, if it is getting rejected, then there is an impact. There is a direct impact to the supplier. So he has to be careful that when he is raising invoices, whether the goods are really getting moved out of the place or moved out of the business place, so that he does not face the rejection from the recipient. And second thing, while issuing the credit note, again he has to ensure whether the earlier transaction has been accepted or not. Because if the earlier transaction is accepted, then 101% he will have to accept the credit note. If it is a genuine credit note, so that then there is no impact. So supplier has to be careful while issuing the credit notes, ensuring things, and then one has to really synchronize with the other departments also. because unless when it comes to recipient, he has to ensure that the goods have been received, then only he is taking the credit. So wherever there is a duty impact, the processes will really have to be studied. It will have to be revisited. And then, as Navalji rightly said, that you will have to involve all the concerned people so that there is unanimity when we are implementing this.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for Abhishek and Amit. Abhishek, suppose by mistakenly, because the system says I have to accept, reject, or keep it pending. Mistakenly, I have rejected invoice, though I should have accepted. What should happen in that case?
Till yesterday, there was no clarification from the department what will happen. But what will happen? अगर गलती से मैं कोई valid invoice reject कर देता हूँ, तो क्या होगा? But now they have come with a good clarification where they are saying that recipient can change the action from rejected to accept in IMS and recompute GSTR 2B at the time of filing of GSTR 3B. ओके सो जो एक इशू था कि क्या होगा दे हैव क्लेरिफाइड नाउ दे कैन टेक मल्टीपल एक्शन फॉर सिंगल इनवॉइस टिल द टाइमिंग ऑफ फाइलिंग ऑफ 3 बट दे नीड टू
एक फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन और है एज्यूम करो ये मंथ में आई हैव रिजेक्टेड इट एंड I have filed my 3B. What would happen in next month if I understood that that invoice was a valid invoice?
Right now there is no option because once invoice is rejected, they are not saying that those rejected invoice will show in next month IMS data. So that is once again open issue. That's why they are doing कि ये अभी optional है. They will see how it is going to be implemented. They will change over और जो issues face कर रहे हैं, they will implement that. Improve on that.
But so if I look at it, rejection is more dangerous. On the other side, Naval sir says acceptance has other repercussion. So
Keep it pending.
I could only, if I keep it pending, it would not come to my GSTR 2B. I'll have to pay liability through cash. So वो आसमान से गिरा ना मैं खजूर में अटक रहा हूँ ना कुछ अटक रहा हूँ ऐसा सिचुएशन एक टैक्स पेयर का हो रहा है in this system. That's how I am looking at it.
And you just think क्या अगर credit note is rejected by the recipient, they are increasing the liability of supplier. But if tax invoice is rejected by the recipient, they are not reducing the liability that you need to pay. Like Naval sir has said, it government is only thinking about their self without taxpayers' vishwas. They are playing with them.
Okay, Amit, last question to you. Any specific software or tool which can manage invoices on IMS as on date?
As on date, there is no such software will be there to manage the invoices on IMS portal. I will suggest whatever existing software system people are using for the GSTR to be reconciliation, same will be followed for IMS. However, after giving the APIs by the GSTN, software can be explored and used for the invoice system management, because ultimately this is not a technical job to match one by one. It is having also legal backing, whether that invoice is eligible, not eligible, all that aspects company have to see. And after proper reconciliation only, whatever action to be taken on IMS has to be taken. So definitely we'll see the APIs after issuing by GSTN. There is scope of new softwares also. Yes.
Unmute.
I think Manoj, you are on
sir,
mute.
Manoj sir, unmute.
Yeah, so Amit, thank you for giving insight. I can understand the software may come up in future because I could see large taxpayers, they have to manage their records and taking actions or doing action on portal is simply impossible. Plus, as I've said, when the GSTN portal do not have facility of parent and child kind of login ID password where specific accesses are given to specific login IDs. So I think time has come that GSTN also have such facility like it is there in IceGate, that different login IDs will have different functionalities and through which API and all those things, the bulk action can be taken. So Amit, your final take on IMS uh, in couple of lines before we move on to question and answers of the attendees.
Okay. So as a take up, I will say that now time has come. GSTN had issued this IMS portal for the real-time matching of your inward invoices. So whatever task people has to do after 14 is required to be done on day-to-day basis. Correct matching of the invoices and taking correct action is required to do. So proper manpower, proper skill sets, and proper guidance and review of existing system has to be done by each and every businesses and start the working on IMS. That is what my uh, takeaway is, and all the best for that.
Okay, thank you, Amit. Abhishek, over to you. Your final remarks.
What I feel, this IMS, due to IMS, now this to be reconciliation, availment of input credit will be lot more complicated. And now this activity will not be only for finance team. Now they have to include their sales team person, purchase team person, and everyone. So it will take lot of time for the company to calculate correct ITC. At the same time, government want to take some control on fake invoice issue. If any party accept those invoices, it is going to be impacted to them. Then once again, they are thinking for the credit note. I feel this IMS is for one of the important reason is credit note reversal. They want that in case credit note is issued by the supplier, ITC needs to be reversed, or if ITC is not reversed, then liability should have been paid. So government is only thinking about incremental tax. It is only government ka vikas without taxpayers vishwas. Along with this, there will be better SCN because right now they are issuing the SCN on totality basis that in 2B there is a this much credit you have and this much. Now they are going to issue party wise credit differential demand will be there. So this will drastically change the business operation, control of the government, and it will impact lot more what we are discussing right now.
Okay, so very harsh views from Abhishek on IMS. Manoj sir, your closing remarks on IMS.
Uh, Anything that gets implemented, there are always going to be, you can say, additions or things they are going to simplify from the government perspective, because that is going to be an ongoing thing. So even though it was discussed when GST was going to be implemented, but it took time, it took almost 7 years to reach here because there were a lot many other things which they had to address. So now those things are addressed and now they want the input thing to be clearly, it has to match with the seller and with the buyer. So they don't want any kind of leakages. Now, what as far as what recipients and suppliers are going to face on other aspects, yes, that will also get addressed, because one thing is very sure that if you have seen the last GST Council, they have really tried to solve the issues of the assesses. So naturally, somewhere they have to start. So they are starting. We know there are going to be problems. There are going to be hardships. Every transaction will have to be monitored. But yes, going forward, that is going to be the way. And yes, even we have to gear ourselves that the reconciliation at every moment, Then online, we have to be there, real time basis. You have to monitor the transaction. So it is not that it's a 2 day or 3 day activity when it comes to GST. It is purely going to be a real time basis. So naturally, one will have to focus more. Will have to really discuss among all the departments. Every department has to be a part of it, because rejection is going to be very easy, but then it hampers the supplier. So even when you are rejecting, one has to be very clear. And if you even don't accept, don't reject, don't keep it pending, it is going to be again a deem acceptance. So a lot of things are there. Once we start using it, I think so we will be able to sort out a lot of things. And yes, if there are the main concerns are on the credit notes, and I think so going forward, some or the other mechanism we might see some simplification. But for the time being, yes, those are gray areas which will have to live up to it.
So Manoj sir is seeing the glass half filled in terms of the pain of the taxpayers. Naval sir, your closing remarks quickly before we move on to question. I'm sorry, I'm putting you at a end with a quick closing remark.
One is government has tightened the belt of all the taxpayers, and therefore there is no alternative but tighten your own belt, tighten your own systems. Otherwise, apart from your additional compliance cost, which is going to be there because of IMS, because I know I am fully in agreement and with Manoj that some way, someday it will rise. And it has taken 7 years. Now let us see when it will rise, 7 years, 5 years, 3 years. But okay, I am also seeing that it will rise. But till that time, cost of compliance will increase multifold because you have to daily monitor. Otherwise, that compensate by way of paying additional tax. And that is the reason best business practices to be followed, revisit of the business process, and in that doing the revisit of the business process, hope you will again make your system much better. So on the positive note, it is the opportunity given by the government to tighten your own belt of the systems, tighten your own belt of revisit, of doing the things better, and help government not to collect more tax.
Okay, so now we'll go to question and answer. Thank you everybody for your closing view. It was important in terms of this. There are lots of question. Some questions are very peculiar to transactions. I will try to take as many as question possible. One question, Abhishek, to you is we talked about invoice rejection incorrectly. There is a question, what would happen if a credit note I wrongly rejected instead of accepting it? What is the recourse available?
See,
Good.
if before filing of 3B, that taxpayer recipient can once again accept that credit note, but they have rejected and filed their 3B. So in next month, automatically liability will get added on the supplier's front, and he will once again issue the credit note in next month. That recipient need to accept that. Only then it will settle down.
So for
But
one error, there are multiple actions, and that
Multiple
too
action.
dependent on different people.
अभी
Naval
तो
sir,
ये
one more question in addition to what Abhishek has added is the taxpayer liability would be added in subsequent month. Whether taxpayer is required to pay interest on that additional liability, whether any penalty can come on it. Naval sir.
you see, Indefinitely, tax liability is going to come along with interest, because interest and tax liability goes hand in hand. Penalty will not be there because nothing was altered by me as such.
Okay, so interest would come. That's for sure.
That is for sure. Even your accumulated balance, that also will not help.
Okay,
Of course,
so
that will
another
help. Accumulated
question
balance.
is Amit, to you. A lot of people are saying we have thousands of purchase invoice. How can we accept in one go? Can you just add to that?
Correct. So as I mentioned in my slides also, currently in IMS portal, you are only having the filter function and taking the bulk action. So you can take the bulk action supplier GST and wise. So whatever reconciliation of those 1,000 invoices has to be done offline. After finalizing your reconciliation, you can take the bulk action based on the GST and wise. Up till now, this is the only facility available in IMS.
Okay. Manoj sir, one question with respect to the mandatory adoption of IMS. Is it mandatory or it's an optional? What's your take?
Right now it is optional, but it's just a matter of time it will be mandatory, because this is just trial round what we are going to be facing now. So it is possible that in another 6 months time, it might be mandatory.
Okay, I look at it, Manoj sir, in like this, that in GST they have taught us some new concept. Like they said that submitting return is different than filing return. Correct? They said submitting do not amount to filing of return. So it's like this. They are saying it's optional, but some action they are saying it's compulsory. So it's a mix of things. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yes, absolutely. Because, but whether to go for it or not, if you go for it, then it has to be in totality. So
Okay,
today, if you
do I
don't
have
go,
option? Do I have option to go for it or not?
no,
Yes, Naval
if
sir.
you have to, you have to follow. But what does that optional really mean? Because if I'm not going to follow the invoice management system, then it's a different thing. But one will have to follow, because that will reduce my work also. So once you go for it, then yes, it is going to be acceptance, rejection, pending, reconciliation, everything.
I really see a challenge here, Manoj sir, that though they say it's optional, but looking at the design from day one, it seems to be compulsory. Naval sir, you will like to add anything?
I already said it is the compulsory voluntary system, retirement system, not voluntary retirement system. In my opening remark itself, I said that when certain actions you have to take a mandated, compulsory action, where is the question of optional? So for this six, it is that 4, 5 action what Abhishek stated, or in your presentation you have stated, you have to take the action. There is nothing like that, not no action. Therefore, it is something talk ना VRS का स्कीम निकलता है पर सबको बोलता है कि तुम VRS का एप्लीकेशन भरो.
Hmm. Okay, so I think uh, it was a great session, great to understand the views in detail and understand the transaction-wise impact of IMS. I could still see a lot of questions, but those are, I would say, very peculiar question for their businesses, for which you can certainly reach out to us. Being moderator of session, I am also entitled to have my opinion about IMS and how I am looking at it after learning about IMS from all these situation is the IMS is designed in the current way in such a way that it states that whatever transaction you do, that transaction has to be correct. They say that if you're raising invoice, it has to be correct. Somebody has to accept it or you cannot issue a credit note for your wrong or for your missed things. And that is where I have a problem with this system, because practically when you look at the things, it doesn't happen. The business doesn't happen in this way. When you have so many taxpayers, that too working from different places, some are from small places, some are from, I would say, urban areas, and to expect that every taxpayer would have systems wherein they can implement or do transaction right at the first time is, I feel, is tough on the taxpayer. And by adding liabilities, because you are trying to address a small problem of credit note adjustment and its tax liability adjustment, and to address that small problem you are bringing compliances for everybody, is, I feel, a disproportionate when it comes to implementation of IMS. जब नवल सर ने जो आइडिया बोला कि जब जीएसटी इंप्लीमेंट हो रहा था तब दे हैव थॉट ऑफ having this invoice wise matching and all those things, I could see that same thing is getting implemented in IMS. That time also I felt that it is impossible to implement in the business situation. Today also I greatly feel, with due respect to every panelist and the government, that it is very difficult for taxpayer to manage records when it comes to input tax credit and report transaction wise eligibility of credit. We are okay to report transaction uh, of outward e-invoice, everything the taxpayer has adopted, but this is too much of expectation from taxpayer at this stage. So with this, I thank all my panelists, Naval sir, Manoj sir, Abhishek and Amit, for your great insight. I thank all attendees for giving your time and attending this all important webinar. Just to tell you, if we could not address your question, you can reach out to us on our email IDs. Our contact details are available uh, everywhere. And in terms of, I would say, IMS, I would I would wish everybody that their systems are implemented in the required way. And if you need any handholding for implementation of IMS and review your business processes, you can reach out to us, uh, including managing your IMS and related activities. So thank you, everyone. Have a nice day, nice evening, and a great time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.